Where is it? Companionship care. Getting my stuff together real quick. I hit stream a bit prematurely. So I've got a big pull request in progress. It started off as just renaming an app. And I've actually been pretty successful at renaming this app. I'm going to take it one step further at the risk of not completing this pull request. By trying to improve my test coverage. And in doing so, I need to rewrite some of the functionality. So it's a bit risky. But what I'm finding is trying to write some tests for these existing views, which are extending the Django class-based views. It's fairly challenging. And I think it stems from my use of the class-based views. I'm using a higher level abstraction than I need to. This update view does a lot more than I'm really using it for. And as such, it's making it confusing. It's behaving in ways I'm not expecting and making it confusing to write the tests. So I think if I just pop down a level or two of abstraction, I'm not sure how far I removed this update view is. 1, 2. Like basically 3 or 4 this might be sufficient here. If I use this mixin, model form mixin. So at the very least, I'll just go to the level of a view. Yeah, this will actually save me a little bit of time. But I also think this is overkill too, because I'm not serving up this form, but interesting. I think all of this can be done. So yeah, I think what I'll do is just go. We'll use the user passes test mixin so that we can have a validation test. But I think all 4 of these views should function. So create, we're not rendering a page for that. So I can just inherit from view. Then inside of the post, Model form mixing. This is where we were getting out of scope. I'm not handling a GET request. I'm handling only the post. So I only need this like type of logic form. But I'm wondering if this could be beneficial in saving me a little bit of time, because I've already defined the fields here. And in any case, what I'll need is a form. Let's double check that. Yes, we'll use this activity model form. Perfect, I've already got it. And it's probably already in the view here. Maybe, nope. And what I guess I'll do is just is it self-dot request on post? In which case we don't need that. The problem is, what do I do if it's invalid? I need to throw an error. Normally we would have a validation step and let the user recover from that. Which is why I didn't want to kind of pass this through this path earlier in the code or in the project lifecycle. All right, well, let's see. All right. See this? I don't want to render it. I just want to in post. I don't want to use a form view. Okay, so that's all I just have. Yeah, right. Okay. I'm not gonna argue with black. Although, actually, if I do this, then black has a different opinion. Just that trailing comma makes sense. Makes a difference. Similar to the Flutter style. All right, so we'll go to our circle and we'll set up an errand. Oh, goodness gracious me. So let's see. Why are we not? Let's run and debug this. And an HTTP response. Yes. Redirect. Django HTTP. That should work. Success URL, but it's got to be dynamically generated. And continue. Whoa! Nice. So all of those were working. I just had to get that. Delete. Delete. Start at the top. So my views are becoming a bit more verbose. It's not unmanageable, and it'll allow me to write more concise tests. Improve the test coverage. This is good as long as I can spot the new ones. I'm going to be creating a few more or updating some. All right. So it's essentially the same flow. And we can take off that debug statement. Cool. Yes, so anywhere I would use a HTTP method, I just realized something though. Let me see. Okay. I've already committed the big one. All right, good. So I guess I'll just make this one big behemoth commit as well. So now since we're a view, we don't need any of that. We just have a test function for the user passes test mixin and a post for the view. Excellent. Checking on the chat. I'm not sure if the dual stream is even working. I don't know if this Streamlabs is a good investment. Probably not. I can probably find another way of getting the YouTube chat on the screen and just go keep things simple. And this code is exactly the same. Maybe not. Actually, maybe it is. If I edit here, might have just the same view for creating and editing. Seems like. Let me double check how this is happening in the template. It's the same form, really. So if we go to the, actually, this is not what I'm looking for. This, I can delete now. I'll be able to delete this momentarily. What I'm looking for is in the circle. Detail view. There's a circle. Activity. There's the delete. Add participant, edit activity. And essentially what I'm doing here is pre-populating the form manually with these inputs. Now, how do I get the CSRF token? Looks like it's already there. But. Let's see if it works. And then I can consolidate those, I believe, if this works. There's a CSRF token, and we'll change it to entertainment. Appointment on the 24th. Yeah, it's a bit different. Okay. All right. So yeah, form instance. Appointment. Changes to a call. Got it. Activity update view. So we should have the PK there. Yeah. All right. Quarks PK. So yeah, they're a bit different. One of them does take that argument. Okay, but now we can have separate validation logic and there's separate views. They already have URLs. It's already wired up into the client. All the way to do is revert this change here. And the CSR token should still take effect. It's in the form. Cool. I think that's it. I'm going to leave the other views alone for now. Let me double check this though. Write a couple of tests. Push these up, see if the tests pass, and get my coverage higher. This is already just a view. This is already just a view. Yeah, so this is the pattern I should have been following. I thought I could get by with more higher level abstractions, and then it turned out it bit me a bit. Now it's might be tempting to say the framework got in the way there. But I think it's my use of the framework that got in the way. I was using a higher level abstraction than I needed. And the cool thing about this framework is it's so well composed, I can drop down to lower level abstractions. I don't have to use the highest level one available and only be stuck at that level of abstraction. So in a way, the framework can get out of your way. And it's just an example, only use the level of abstraction that is useful, or the right level of abstraction, I should say. All right, cool. So let's just check these test functions. Only circles, care organizers, and companions can add a care group activity. Now remember, I was mixing a bit of validation logic here. The problem is I don't have the care group in context until this circle is created. Sorry, the care group in context until the activity is created. So I may just need to have this safety check here. Now this may be okay to never mind. Dang it. have a similar case here where maybe unnecessary. I'll just leave it. All right, now let's take a quick look at these validation functions here, and I'll write tests against them. So when we add a participant, only the caret organizer can add other companions, and only the circle's companions can add themselves to an activity. So self activity, you get the activity, and it's used later in the post. So then we can get the request user and check from the activity circle organizers to see if they're in the, if the user is the organizer, and what arguments do we get to the test function? Do we get the request? No. But we have the self request. We're not using this later, so it's not necessary. right, so now essentially we're not working with the accounts test, so I can reset that. We are working with these tests. Closing. Test. Failed. 302 is not equal to 405. Okay, so now we should have at least... I rewrote this view, so let's see what's going on. Get method should fail. Activity create should give me activity create view should only allow the post method. Should only allow post. If I look at the URLs pi, that should I'm gonna make sure I'm mapping this to the activity get view. Could be something there. Activity syntax error. Where's my syntax error? Activity create view. It's right here. And it's just called activity create. All right, now it should not accept a post. Let's load insomnia. Let's see if I can. Should not accept a get. Should only accept post. So similarly, here should be get. Couldn't connect to server. It's running at a different port than I'm expecting. Run that server, and if I just say get, it'll okay. It redirects me. It redirects me. To log in. It's kind of a strange one. So when I go to this view, four or five methods not allowed. Okay, so something about the user passes test mix in is redirecting. Dang it. Oh man. Well, let's see. Maybe I'm using the wrong abstraction here, but that was the culprit the whole time. Okay. The other thing I can do is just not use user passes test and maybe it's just this. Yeah, okay. All right. Now my test should pass. Excellent. So yeah, I'll need to just make sure these are going to raise exception. None of these should redirect. These are all essentially post views. Very cool. So I think now we're in good shape, and it's just a matter of moving through the rest of these views, thinking about what test cases we want to cover, and writing those in, improving the test coverage. And let me just check real quick how we're getting our test coverage. Whoops. Report must have hit something. Function. So yeah, again, the Django framework isn't quite getting in the way. It's my knowledge of the framework, but the framework does let me drop down levels of abstraction when needed. So I could have just completely gotten out of this user passes test mixin if needed, but B, it allows me to inspect the source, which gives me more insights into how things are working and how to solve things the Pythonic or the Django way. And I believe this is a necessity here when I don't want the redirect to happen on these post views. These aren't necessarily API views, but there are just views that have only allow one method, and they're not really intended to render any kind of template or anything like that or redirect without me explicitly telling them to do that. If they user passes these tests, then yeah, it should just raise an exception, not authorized, which was my expectation. But maybe that's just for whatever reason not the way Django works by default. The redirect was a little bit of an extra. Oh, cool. So yeah, I was going to just check real quick. Django takes coverage so I can see where I'm at. Measuring, covering, Django testing docs. Django knows. This is probably pretty old. This is going to throw a bit. Okay. Darn. And with isort, a pre-commit. Doesn't need to be running. All right, what do we got? Redirect URLs is something I never use. Okay, yeah. Whoops. Hmm. Tooling getting in the way a bit. It's a known issue. Take a look in our black, so I need to just update. Okay. That's unfortunate. Ah, okay. So all of these are kind of pinned. That's really a pain in the keister. Actually, I should do all of these. I'll leave it alone. This kind of handles the login required case as well. Although it doesn't really. Man. So close, so close. Wait. Oh, okay, that's just a typo. 403 is the correct error. There should be a top level kind of an enum of these status codes, so I don't have to scatter them throughout my tests. I'm sure there is somewhere. Or even in the HTTP module. That's okay, yeah. Oh yeah, unauthorized. Let's get our autocomplete going. Well, it's a bit more explicit this way. Oh yeah, and then you can just do it really good. All right, so let's use this HTTP status. So those are both valid tests. Hey, what's up, Shahid? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Failed. Okay. And then I just need to use the correct stats codes, whatever it's giving me. 401. Ah, interesting though, interesting. 403 is what? I actually need this then. Three. Forbidden. Ooh, it's a bit different. A bit different. Both of them. Mm-hmm. The forbidden fruit. Aha, Shahid's chat left. I guess they were a bot or something. All right, the code queue takes forever. I need to cache poetry. Cache these dependencies. That'll shave off, well, 20 or 30 seconds, it looks like, per invocation when I'm not changing dependencies. Ah, there goes Shahid. Sorry. Oh, I forgot I have this timer set to automatically hide messages when I don't see them. Okay, I'll have to disable that timer real quick so I don't miss your messages. Always show messages. Yeah, that I'm looking away and missing messages. Let me double. There we go. All right, now the messages will stick around. Test coverage report. Okay, so we're failing here. Wait a minute. Yeah, so this should be forbidden. I thought I just changed that. The circles test. Ah, okay. Circles tests. Something again, non-companion access. This should be forbidden. I suppose. Now this is this is why this is slipping through. Let me just fix these locally. I'll run all the tests and then get those failures. All right, everything. Assert equal instead of assert equals. All right, I can do that too. Deprecation warnings. All right, so tests are passing, but I'm using a deprecated function in the activities tests. All right. Shahid, I think I've seen you on the chat a couple times before. How's it going? What time is it where you are? It's about almost 4 o'clock here. Trying to figure out when the best time is to stream, where there's maybe more chat activity going on. So let's just say fixed tests. Deprecations. Now if we push this up, 5:40. Okay, so yeah, pretty close. Almost the same time zone. Very cool. Are you interested in working on these open source projects, kind of Python Django stuff? Also considering doing a bit of like game design, game development on this stream, maybe to gauge people's interest in that. I've got a couple of ideas that would be good educational games, and we're hoping to start, a friend of mine hoping to start developing those ideas soon. All right, so essentially what we are at a pretty good stable place. This is almost a good stopping point. I do want to push through a little bit, add a few more tests. This has been a pretty massive refactor. It changed a lot of files, over 70 files, renaming just a key concept in the software, making it more general purpose, still with the same goal of promoting well-being or wellness through companionship. But now we're able to switch from a hub and spoke companionship model to a sort of many-to-many companionship model, or one-to-many to many-to-many. We can support both of those paradigms in this same data model. In the process of refactoring, not only do we gain that flexibility, but then I realized the importance of, I found some cruft, basically. I realized the importance of improving our test coverage. So we're now just working through here, I refactored some views to be a little bit more generic, but only allow a specific method. The only method that they need is post, and now I'm writing tests to cover those. Okay, thanks, Shahid. Yeah, all right. I've been kind of second guessing the people's interest in live coding and the productivity of a live coding stream, but I'll just keep to it. Okay, so we're failing tests. We're still failing, but I think this is because code coverage, 51%. Now this is weird. I'm getting two different reports. I think the difference is the patch and the project. Okay, that's it. So our project, we're at 70, almost 72% test coverage. This patch, these files that I'm changing right now, I'm only at 50% diff coverage. So I've touched a whole bunch of files and renaming them. But I'm surprised. Patch, let's see. Yeah, it's just telling me everything in activities is essentially untested. Line 83 was not covered by tests. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and one interesting perspective I saw, about consistency and about how to, get more people to build community around your online streaming, is just to focus on self-improvement, or like improving the stream a little bit at a time, adding a bit more professionalism, engagement, community features, things like that, just improve the stream quality overall. It's easier to focus on that than kind of chasing numbers like subscribers and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm kind of steering away from these, things that were like, well, essentially what Twitch is doing in a way. It's kind of really encouraging like all sorts of gamification. By the way, Shahid, are you streaming on Twitch or YouTube? Because I'm considering whether or not I should continue streaming on Twitch or just stick only to YouTube, which would simplify things a bit. The main reason, right now I'm using this thing called Streamlabs. I think, yeah, Streamlabs. And the main reason I'm checking it out is so I can do dual streaming or stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But also for these overlays, I really want the community to be part of the stream. So I want to have this stream chat overlay. I think I've figured out a way I can do the YouTube stream chat overlay without Streamlabs. I'm just wondering about the value of also streaming to Twitch. If there's no real value in that, YouTube does seem to be my primary destination and the primary place where people are following this stream. All right, so it's okay. A bunch of models. It's wanting me to test the models. Let's see, models line 83. So activity model. Do I have a custom function in here? True. Yeah, I should write a test for this. Okay. So starting at the top, notifications, these are my failures. Yeah, so you just name it after your thing. Activity model tests. Yeah, whoops. I've been trying to actually put some background behind this stream overlay so I can read the chat. Yeah, let's continue. Yeah, I'll continue with YouTube. I'll probably, I'm really second guessing Twitch. Overall, I think the Twitch community is really game oriented, which is cool. But the live coding kind of streamers, there's only a few and there's not a lot of viewers there. So it's almost not worth investing in. And that way I could focus a bit more. I really want to improve this chat overlay though. I've tried setting the background a bit darker. It just doesn't seem to take effect. Yep, that's the problem. I have a typo in my CSS or in my HTML and CSS. So let's see. Okay, just streams while studying. Okay, we're gonna see if this. It's a bit better. I can start to see your text. Very good. Let's just make it a bit darker. How about opacity? Well, let's say half. Okay, yeah. So just streaming while studying and has a lot of people interested in that. That's cool. Yeah, and I'm hoping that to some extent these live code streams can be useful to see the day in the life of a developer, like what it's like to work on a project. And I've also been doing these summaries, so you can see a bit like little snapshots of the progress I've made. Everything is on GitHub, of course, so you can see the actual diffs. and pull from the entire project as you will. Okay, cool. All right, so a little bit of a gray background. It helps to make it stand out. It's still hiding them. Oh no, it's not hiding messages. Every time I change the CSS, it resets the chat. But that background seems a little bit better. I can read your text, and so the viewer can also read the text. If I need to make the background a little bit more opaque, let me know on the chat. See, the trade-off is that now your name is a bit harder to read. I'll think about that later. All right, so now we're going to do a setup. We're going to, in order to do this activity model test, we're going to set up, create some stuff, depending on what we're going to test. And I think the first thing it's telling me to test is line 83 of models pi, which is this, remaining eligible companions. So this will require me to set up a couple of users, add them both. So I'll need users, a circle. I'll add the users to that circle. I'll create an activity and then test the function. Add a user. Oh gosh, there's quite a lot of steps here in this setup that I'll need to do. Yeah, one step at a time. So first, let's just write this down. Create a circle, add both users. Then from there, once I've got everything set up, I think I can run the tests. All right, so create 2 users. Now I've got some code. I like copying and pasting when I can do that. Copying and pasting. My other tests from here in the setup function, I created a user here. Actually, I should do this the proper way. Django get user model. I keep forgetting what this is. Excellent. Model. From Django contrib auth, import get user model. Oh, cool. Oh, I've already got it right there. Staring me in the face. Oh, no, wait. Colors I used in this test. Going back and forth. There we go. Perfect. Now we'll look at the user model down. All right. This is the circles tests. Should use that there. I mean, this is just really silly. I don't even do this. I don't think we're going to change the user model at this point. The activities, I'll use it. Now I can use the user. So the user model all the time. All right. 6 in one, half a dozen in another. But this way, if for whatever reason we change our user model, it'll just be there, and we'll alias it as user. Cool. So then we've got this. User objects, create user, user objects, create user, and 1 and 2. Create a circle. Yeah, just a bit of detail here. User 2. And create an activity. So iSort likes the things to be imported up here. All right, that's interesting. Now, this is actually a relative import because we're in the same module. So I'll put that there. In the same. Whatever it's called. Create. This is a bit brittle. I should use. The 0th of those? Can I do that? Okay, let me double check here. Import what? Where? Oh, duh. Okay, I see that. Activities. Okay. What do I get here? 0. What's the thing I get? So you have to use that. You can't. Let's just call it that. Activity type. Activity date. Today. Node can be empty. Circle. Participants. I'll save it. How much experience do I have? Depends on in what. With Django, Wagtail and Django, I've been writing Wagtail and Django code for around, I think 4 years now, maybe 5 years. I can double check. Started a Wagtail project, which has been my primary source for learning Django and Wagtail. Mostly Wagtail. A lot of Wagtail is abstractions on top of Django. But I should have started learning Django a few years before that, at least. Actually, I had the opportunity to start learning Django around 2008 when I was living in Lawrence, Kansas, actually, where Django was created. Yeah. So it looks like about 4 years. Yeah. And I suppose, I was doing some studying leading up to this and a little bit of experimentation. But yeah, and then as a developer, I was writing JavaScript prior to that for several years. My first programming job was back in 2008, though. I was writing PHP, and I've done a bit of web development, mainly through content management systems. So not so much actually the development, but usually content management, migrations, those types of things, systems management. So doing more Linux kind of administration or server administration tasks. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with PHP. I think it's becoming a, quite mature language. It's still widely used. Hopefully you're able to use something like Laravel or some kind of development framework that has a few of the batteries included type of things. The language, I guess, is though improving, and hopefully you're able to use a more recent version of PHP and not kind of stuck on a legacy version. Okay, cool. Yeah, Laravel, I mean, it's on par with Django and Ruby on Rails, and what would you be? There's not really a JavaScript equivalent that I know of, but yeah. With kind of batteries included frameworks. I'm trying to think of what other programming languages have these types of frameworks. I'm sure there's a couple of them that are just slipping my mind. Yeah, so there's no shame in writing PHP. Don't let anybody kind of shame you there or feel bad about that. I just personally, I prefer Python, and I'm really glad to have a mature framework like Django, and Python ecosystem is thriving from what I can see. So that's just, my preference, and really just work wherever it makes sense to you and build, as long as you're building something that's interesting. It doesn't quite matter what it's made of. It's just that sometimes the ingredients and the ecosystem can actually work against us a bit and can be counterproductive, either being too fast moving or too much churn in general, not having an ethos of longevity, or just not having really mature implementations of most things. And that was my experience with like the JavaScript ecosystem. I think if you're doing JavaScript client work, there's some mature implementations of things for the UI, but anything else, programming wise, it really pales in comparison to the Python ecosystem, for example, which is pretty broad and deep. And then things like PHP has quite a robust ecosystem. Cool. So yeah, a little bit of development experience, but the more I get, the more I realize I don't know. You can see I'm really doing still like very basic stuff. I'm still referring to documentation, referring to tutorials, Stack Overflow. That stuff is just part of it's the nature of the work. So also no shame in that. We don't have to remember everything, and we can learn things as we need them. We don't have to kind of go through some degree program to just start programming. We can actually just start where we are and learn as we go. Okay, so I think this will actually work. I've got this activity set up. I'm just kind of winging it here. So I can take my comments out. And now I believe I can test. What's the function? Remaining eligible companions. So let's just test this real quick. Test. Yeah, don't put it off. I mean, we only have the time. We only ever have now. That's always it. It's always now, and it's all we'll ever have is now. It doesn't mean don't plan for the future and things like that, but the only time we're able to do anything is now, and this is the time to do it. Okay, failed. It did fail there, and this is unique constraints. So need some. This is strange that it collided with my. Oh no! It didn't. It collided with itself because I put the same email. All right, cool. Attention to detail. And that was actually one of my big problems, is the sort of failure to start in many ways in life. And in regards to programming, I was just I didn't know where to start. I would read, and I was reading books, and sort of doing the code practices in the books, but I didn't have like a project I was working on. And it wasn't really until I started building projects for myself or for other people that my learning just accelerated so fast. And so I can't understate the importance of project-based and purpose-based learning, context-based, where you're learning concepts because you're solving something that's relevant to you now. A lot of our academic work is very abstract and divorced from reality in our schools and things like that. And that knowledge doesn't typically stick around because it just doesn't really have a purpose other than that we need to pass a test or appease someone in a position of power or something like that. But really, this self-driven, purpose-driven learning is so much more effective and so important. Cool. Now their test, that's passing. Yes. So now we need a meaningful assertion. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take this activity. forget what the method is for this. Oh yeah. Add self user 1. Get remaining participants, right? Remaining eligible companions. That's big. What does this return? A query set, I think, right? How am I going to test this? I don't want to put the implementation in the test. I want to test the outcome. Well, I could do this. That's sort of there, but it should be only. Okay, Shahid, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate having the company and nice conversations. Look forward to seeing you around. And I'll stream on YouTube. I'll keep streaming on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, failed there. Query. Okay, all right. This is a property or something. How did I define it? Yeah, I defined it as a property. That makes sense. I defined it as that. Should be a list. So user 1, once they're added, they're not any longer eligible. User 2 should be in that, and it should be the only. There's probably a more succinct way of describing this. Let's see if this even works. Okay. User object not iterable. So let me just try this. And to really be thorough, I should add user 3. Oops, wrong button. If I add user 3, that's not even part of that companionship circle. So the user 3 should not be in there. It's almost self-explanatory, but I don't know if the comments are meaningful or not. All right. So what did we do here? Added the login required mixin. I'm not sure if this is necessary. Maybe it's worthwhile though. What did we add here? So back down here. Activity model list. That's fine. Sync those. Take a quick look at our coverage report. And basically views, everything else is views so far. A lot of these views tests I think are going to be similar, just basically like an HTTP status codes. Cool. So Now we should use an authenticated user who is not in the circle and who is in the circle. All right, so that's easy enough. If I call the test, yeah, K organizers and companions. So it's basically any companion. Take a quick break. Going to grab some tea, and then we'll come back and write this a few more tests. And I think a lot of these are going to be boilerplate. Then once we get rolling, we'll improve our test coverage. All right. So thanks for your patience. I'll be right back. All right, thanks for your patience. There'll be some background noise you might hear. I'm not sure. That's my tea maker. So what we're going to do is authenticate. And then, I think, can you just pass in the user to see login? I wonder. All right, so force login is just, it's not important how they're logging in. And where does this come from? Self.force login probably. Let's see. Self.force login. So this needs some kind of payload. And it's going to look probably something like this. What am I doing wrong here? Hey, Imperium, welcome. Welcome to chat. Long time no see. I've been hopping back on Twitch a little bit recently. I am coding what's called companionship care. It's on github.com/companionship care. I've got the organization set up. And the idea here, it's we want to promote companionship and well-being for everybody. It's the kind of mission. And the idea is simple, I suppose, that companionship promotes wellness and that nobody should be living in isolation. Yeah, and it started as sort of like an answer to the problem of people who have family members who might be they might be aging at home and still living independently, but need help with certain things like running errands or doing housework, or just want somebody to play Scrabble with or whatever, call them on WhatsApp or something like that. Hanging out, companionship, just spending time, going out in nature. It can be easy to forget to do those types of activities, or if you've got several family members, several like siblings, for example, and you want your mother to have more companionship and you want to kind of divide it among the siblings, this will provide a sort of what's called a caring circle. You set it up and you can name it after your mom or whomever the person is that you want to have companions, and you can invite some companions and you schedule activities. Now it's basically a calendar. It's a shared calendar, but the interface is something different than a calendar. It's very purpose built around companionship. And it has some things that calendar makes a little bit awkward, like joining activity, participating in that activity, or assigning other people to participate in that activity. Some of these they're calendar-y things. And admittedly, you could use Google Calendar or something like that. So in a way, we're kind of competing with Google or Apple Calendar. And in fact, I do have an idea of integrating this, providing iCal, so you can sort of have this integrated into your own personal calendar. But it's a bit different. It's also sort of like a to-do list. You can get reports, and we can get email alerts to remind us of our commitments, and do basic things like analytics. So each time you participate in an activity, you get a point, kind of a companionship score, and all the points pool together to the group. Now, this started as an idea, for example, for people who have like a parent or grandparent who's living alone and needs some assistance. And I've also had some friends who've been needing care for various reasons in life. But then I'm in the process right now of changing the data model to be actually a little bit more generic. So the first case I described, so I'm describing this a little bit long, but just to give you more depth of what's going on. First case I described was kind of a hub and spoke model, where you have a person who's the center of care, the focal point. So it's person-centric care. And you have a group or a circle of people who come around to help out and spend time with that person. I've just made the data model, just through naming conventions, a bit more generic to support one-to-many or many-to-many. So a caring companionship circle could also just be a group of friends who want to make sure that nobody's living in isolation, nobody's lonely. And this is also inspired just from the isolation that we've all felt through the COVID pandemic and lockdowns and things like that. And I've also got some examples in real world of groups who get together to play board games or go out to Friday lunches together. So I know that these kind of groups are forming in an ad hoc manner. And this is a kind of tool that's built to support that and make it clear and explicit and fun. We'll provide some analytics and stuff too, so nobody's going to get kind of left out of the companionship game. Yeah, it's not quite a chat. And that's another interesting question too. It can integrate with your calendar, so you'll get a calendar reminder. I have a feature plan for not only the calendar, but also sending notification emails to remind you of the commitment or the upcoming event. But I don't have any chat feature. I'm really trying, so I'm thinking in the long term to try to create a business around this and keep it open source, but how to make a sustainable business around an open source product. And there'll be some differentiating features that will be in the open source project, but might be that something you could pay for, such as these email alerts. But the main thing when making a product is you want to differentiate yourself from competition in different ways. And pricing is one way, but also having lower pricing, for example. Also having features that are distinct. So I mentioned being distinct from a calendar in some ways. I've opted out of providing a chat for a couple of reasons. There's these chat clients like WhatsApp and Telegram and Signal and Facebook Messenger and iChat that are basically the de facto ways people are having multi-user chat. So I don't want to compete directly with those. And those are very complicated software. Real-time chat, there's a ton of different layers of complexity that I don't want to get into that realm. So I'm kind of keeping it simple, something I could create with Django. Now Django does have facilities for real-time chat through the channels. But again, I don't want to necessarily cross that bridge until it becomes really clear it's beneficial. And it would beg all sorts of questions of like, do people always have to have their browser turned on, or am I going to have a mobile client? Or, and at this point, this runs in a web browser, so the chat's a bit out of scope. But I do have some thoughts circling around, maybe doing like a Flutter client or something like that. But yeah, once you start getting into mobile development, the game gets a bit more complicated. Real-time chat is also fairly. I've just never done anything like that. Also, I'm not sure how reliable Django Channels is by design. It's set up for at most once delivery, so it doesn't have any failure or mechanism. It just sends these messages out, but doesn't guarantee their delivery. And that's kind of unreliable from a chat perspective if you've got a crucial message that doesn't get to the group. I believe things like Signal and WhatsApp, they have deliverability guarantees. If you send a message to a group, it's going to get to all the members of that group. And that was an intentional decision in Django's channels architecture, and I kind of don't agree with that. I believe it was a pragmatic decision, but it kind of rules out, in my book, from a whole bunch of use cases where you need a deliverability guarantee. Yeah, that's right. I could add chat support later and probably use something like Matrix or Signal. I don't want to reinvent that. In fact, I'm really interested in the Matrix protocol lately, and this could be just another Matrix integration if there's a Python Matrix client, for example. But at the very least, what we can do is say, add a link to your WhatsApp group or whatever people are already using. So we're not like displacing WhatsApp as a real-time chat thing, but we also don't want to. There's an additional detail here that some of these activities are medical oriented, like going to doctor's appointments, for example. And I've really worked to minimize the amount of information. All you can really put here is a note, and that's only up to a certain number of characters, and we don't want to store medically sensitive information. If you give people a free-form chat, they could put all sorts of information in there, and then we have more due diligence concerns, as well as then it begs other features like media handling and things like that. Can we upload a document to this chat? Can we add a picture or video to this chat? It's that whole thing is an explosion of features, and I just want to stay out of that realm. I have thought deeply about it, and it's been suggested by multiple people in question. So it's a natural question. It's a good idea, but it's just way out of scope for me. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong here. I just need a semicolon is equal. Hey, thanks for that digression. Giving me a chance for that digression. I was like scratching my head. What the heck am I doing wrong here? Yeah. All right. I just heard my tea bell go off, so you might have heard that in the background. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a cup of tea. Omni apps get you stressed out, yeah. That's right. I'm trying to find the right niche here. And honestly, it's an alpha quality prototype. It's really close to beta though. I think this is ready to get into people's hands, but nobody's actually using it. I don't even know if this is a good idea. The realization of this idea is good. I know there's a need there. I know that companionship is a fundamental part of being human. I know there's a lot of loneliness and isolation in this world. And so I know we need to kind of, technology can help us a little bit. We need to find healthy technological solutions that promote companionship and well-being. So I'm hoping to be part of that picture. Yeah, especially elderly. Yeah, elderly people are living alone or don't want to go to like an assisted living home or something like that. They want to live in their home as long as they can. But, it starts slowly getting harder to reach cabinets or, to move furniture, to clean, or there's many ways that, people, and just having someone over to help you with those things is really nice. You have company. So this is just trying to promote connection. Yeah, people, yeah. I'll be right back. I'll just grab a cup of tea. Excellent. So yeah, it's good. I haven't seen you in a while, Imperium42. Now that I'm back on Twitch. Now I'm doing a little bit of an experiment to see if I want to do what is that called? Dual streaming or something like that, where I stream to YouTube and Twitch. I've been streaming to YouTube for several years since I stopped streaming to Twitch, and it was a little bit it was a little bit costly to consider doing both. But right now I'm using Streamlabs to dual stream, and so I can also display a chat on the stream, which I think is really important for community engagement. Yeah, I'm still having a little bit of second thoughts about what it was called, Streamlabs, and the whole dual stream thing as well. I don't know how if Twitch is the right platform to aim for, but I'm interested in streaming at least to YouTube. But what are you streaming? You're watching on Twitch, I think, Imperium, right? Do you ever watch YouTube streams, or would Twitch be a more convenient channel for you? Yeah, now this is really important what you're saying, the trust system. This is really cool. Family and friends, yep, that's where we're going to start with. Getting strangers or random people might be a bad idea. No, that's a really good point. Particularly, there could be predatory people. It's been suggested, I am getting feedback, a little bit of word of mouth feedback. I'm describing the idea, and like we're talking out here, and it was suggested that if, for example, I could say, hey, I've got some free time, who are some people who need companionship in my neighborhood? It might be cool just to see a whole list of people who need companionship, and then I can say, I'm available for that. And that same list, though, could be potentially used by predators. And as we know, like in the United States especially, but increasingly worldwide, there's these predatory calls who are calling people and saying, hey, this is Microsoft. Is your refrigerator running? Better go and catch it. And stuff like that. So basically, we don't want it to be a tool for predation. So a trust system would be important there as well. And how to build trust. And I'm not talking like some kind of a non-fungible token, something like that, or whatever it would be. But I do have a feature I've sort of been cooking up about that, where you could have professional caregivers who can register a profile and promote their availability. Say, hey, I've got these certifications. Here are some of my user reviews. I'm available in this city, and then you can, hire that person to become part of your companionship circle, and they could handle some more of the professional things, like helping with sanitation and hygiene and medical stuff, for example, or just whatever their professional orientation is. They might just help with shoppings and outings and things like that. That's right, friends. So that's the key realization, is that we're gonna, so to speak, outsource the trust. We're not going to build the trust into our software right now. It's just that it's too complicated, and it puts too much of the burden on this tool to be trustworthy or have some kind of vetting or verification process. There's layers of that. Just even when you do these kind of at work, I've been part of projects where we had to implement know your customer requirements for banking and financial verification, and the having people scan their IDs and things like that. It can get really complicated. Yeah, I mean, the most important way right now is feedback and ideas, just like you're telling me. I've enabled a discussion feature on github.com/companionshipcare. /companionshipcare is the project, and it's the organization. The organization doesn't have discussions enabled. I don't know if you can enable the discussions at the organization level, but yeah, just stop by and say hello here. And if you've got an idea, put it in the ideas discussion. And beyond that, ideas maybe are a little bit easier in terms of um, describing and contributing to a project. So ideas are one of the least well, I think the easiest low-hanging fruit kind of to say, hey, check this idea. What do you think of this? The next level would be like testing the software out, and just even trying it out by yourself and seeing if it makes sense, or like what could be improved, what could be more simple or intuitive. And then beyond that, if you can try it out with some friends, that would be cool too. I just need feedback to grow it and evolve it. If it's just my idea percolating in my head, I don't know if it's useful. It's probably not. Yeah, let's see the link. It's github.com/companionshipcare. Can't. Well, let me chat here. Let me hop over to Twitch real quick. You might hear my stream in the background. I'll mute. Channel. Or wait, how do you do this? Video producer. Here we go. Here's the link. Ah, there's me talking. And here's the actual, if you want to start in a discussion, that's a great place. If you want to run this software, if you want to try the software out, at this exact moment on this stream that I'm working on right now, I'm making a backwards incompatible change. So if you just want to kick the tires, you can try the software out online, but know that I'm going to have to reset the database in a hard way. Without, that's lossy. I'm not making it backwards compatible, so I'm going to have to destroy any data that you put in here. So just put in some throwaway data. We're still a little bit alpha right now. So here's the app, the actual deployment. You don't have to learn Python, but if you'd like to get involved with code, that would be useful. You'd have to learn Python and Django. However, I want to emphasize this point. There's many ways to contribute to these projects. I've illustrated a couple, coming up with ideas, trying them out, finding bugs. Those are actually really important. I can, for now, handle the writing of the software and fixing bugs and stuff like that. A few people have come by and contributed some code. So if that's something you're interested in doing, yes, certainly that's a welcome contribution. But we're following this thing called all contributors. And you might check this out because it's it really has helped me to understand how important it is to get many types of people involved with many different abilities. And here's an example of the emoji key that gives you an idea of the types of contributions you can make to these projects. In particular, you can help us with some design issues if you're interested in user experience or user interface design. Help inviting people to try it out, building the community around it, coming up with ideas, helping other people. If you're interested in project management, you can help us organize our GitHub issues, asking and answering questions, doing some research. Like, what other kind of tools are out there? How are people solving their social isolation and loneliness, with other apps or other personal networking solutions? Translation is a good one. I will be, I'm working on making all the UI texts international so that we can have localization rounds. So you can kind of get a feel for it. So whatever your interests are. Actually, oh wow, now that you mentioned that, Imperium. Now, a friend and I have been talking about a new project to make educational video games. And this one would be right up your alley. It sounds like, especially being good with math and science, because those are going to be some of the key gameplay elements. This is just an idea that's cooking up. We're talking about it right now, but we've started down the path. I don't have much concrete to show you, but if you want to get a little bit ahead, a couple of steps ahead, you can study the Godot engine. What we're going to make, we don't know exactly. But we're probably going to make a two-dimensional, 2D educational adventure game. Maybe point and click, maybe a platform style 2D game, maybe top-down RPG style. We're going to kind of keep it simple. We might combine all of those types of elements for different portals or views or levels. We're going to keep it two-dimensional for simplicity and focus on writing an interesting story and narrative with characters and introducing math and physics and scientific concepts through gameplay when it's sort of relevant to the characters. To solve certain problems, they'll have to engage with these, scientific concepts like gravity or forces or friction or buoyancy. So it's a little bit of a simulation game, but it's not just learning for learning's sake. It's learning to solve in-game problems. Yeah, we want to teach, basically you could think of it as teaching STEM, science, technology, education, and math via an interactive video game. But that's pretty flexible. We don't have very specific ideas in mind right now. So your ideas are more than welcome. If you're on GitHub, I can invite you to join our GitHub organization and you can share your ideas there. This is the first time I've showed this on stream. For example, we can start off. I don't know if I can enable top level discussion. Let's start off here. If you stop by this one and open a discussion and add your idea there. You can just start a discussion here, and then we can take it from there. Again, this is just a really hypothetical when we're in the early ideation stage and we're studying game development, so we can make it happen. That'll be a natural Twitch stream topic, game development on a gaming platform. So again, we're going to work with the Godot engine. If you want to learn Godot programming, take some time and go through this one. Learn GD script. If you can complete this course, it's a comprehensive course. That'll teach you everything you need to know about programming in Godot and more. It's very advanced. The need to know stuff is pretty basic just to get started in writing a game. This is a really cool course, fully free, 28 lessons, even all the way up to type hints, like stuff you don't need to know, but that can be useful. Type hinting is a useful thing, programming pattern wise. Here, I don't know if that's pretty small, but here you go. You can kind of see how big it is. Yeah, that's right. You need a lot of math. Chemistry needs a lot of math. That's true. That's actually a super good idea. You're leveling up your knowledge in these different domains. That's a really good analogy. And then it really incentivizes the kid to, we understand, or the adult learner, we understand why leveling up in our math knowledge or our algebra knowledge makes sense, because now I can solve these these new physics problems. Now I can help my character progress through this game world. Very cool. Yeah, that's actually I think what you just mentioned there should be kind of one of the core game mechanics, leveling up in fields of knowledge. That's really on point. Wow. Thanks. Thanks, Imperium. Oh yeah, whoops, I got a call coming in one moment. Okay, cool. So yeah, here we are back here at this idea. So yeah, we'll continue. Open Learning Quest, github.com/open learning quest. And if you've got the time, go on and practice this. Learn GD script from zero, a completely free course from the excellent GD Quest. It's a great YouTube channel and community. They're doing so much work to promote and further the Godot knowledge, building the community and helping people learn to make games. All right, so I think we're pretty much okay. Let's see. Yes, way to apply these skills when you level up. Yeah, always be a why. The goal and system mechanic. Oh, that's cool too. Yeah, you want to get the learner to have a routine, basically a study habit. All right, so let me get a few of these tabs closed. See where we left off. I want to wrap up some of these tests. Now, let's see if this even runs. Authenticated non-companion access. No object force login. Okay, where does this force login come from? Dang it. Just need to find that, import that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Where is this coming from? Gosh dang it. That makes sense. Right. So client is not the test suite, it's actually the self.client. Makes sense. All right, now we should be good to go. Yeah, it could be. Also, yeah, it depends on the thing and what you're trying to achieve. But generally, a team, you need a pretty broad skill set and a balance in those skills. But as an individual, yeah, maybe having most of those skills you can start with your own projects and achieve more. But eventually, specializing, you'll get much more in-depth knowledge, I think. So it just depends on where you are in your career or in a team or what your project is that you're trying to solve. With this open learning quest, we certainly are at the sort of jack of all trades thing where we're actually just learning the basics even. We're going to have to put on many different hats though. We have to be game designer, programmer, writing stories, website, community builders. We need help from all those. Okay, so we got a different exception. Not a valid UUID. Okay. That ID should be fine. Let's see. Now this one will return a redirect. How does money play into that? Yeah, that's a good question. Now, it's the key question for any sustainable initiative. You'll have to have some kind of financing or funding. And that often ties directly into a business model, unless you want to be writing grants or some kind of looking for a charitable endowment or something like that. So yeah, we will need to create a business model. Now, the initial agreement right now, our working agreement, is that the game and the assets will be fully open source. And this is a way of paying it forward. We've already got so much available to us through the open source community, through the Godot game engine, through GD Quest, all of these that we're building on. And we want education to be free and freely available as an extension of what we've already been given. And that means we can't charge for those. We can't necessarily charge for the source code, I should say. And the assets should be freely usable. So the source code and assets should be usable by anybody. But we could potentially sell services around the game or binary versions of the game. And that gets back into sort of web development. For example, we could have a classroom management that ties into the game, allows a teacher to add their students and track their progress through the game world. That we could use, for example, Python and Django as a background. And then our clients, our customers, would be schools, while the users would be the students and the kids and the teachers who are playing and managing the classroom, basically, which is called like a double-sided market. So the money question is big. It's we don't have an answer for that, and many initiatives and startups are still struggling to figure that one out. I've done a bit of thought and research on that in terms of starting a small company, including this companionship care. I put some thought into how to sustain this initiative. But yeah, any of your insights are welcome. Donations and funding are certainly some avenues, crowdsourcing, things like that, Patreon, or forget the name of that crowdsourcing platform. Anyway, where you can say, hey, we're building a game, we need 10,000, 20,000 euros of funding to get us through the next 6 months. Here's the idea for the game. Here are some promotional videos. Yeah, we might even take that route. All this is on the table. We have to figure out a way forward, but we want to maintain integrity with the open source and nature of this code and the educational resources. That's one of our kind of sort of agreements and one of our principles. So this is authenticated non-companion. This will be user. This one is, I think, going to be either a redirect or OK. Yeah, but these are all really great questions, and hopefully at Imperium, you'll hop over on the GitHub discussions, because I'm afraid that if we go too deep into these conversations here on the stream, we're going to lose the thread. And really, it's because this is just kind of embedded in the video stream, and it would be really nice to be able to continue the thread and involve other community members in the GitHub discussion. So yeah, please, welcome to hop over to that Open Learning Quest GitHub experiments repository and start the discussion there. I know it's not the perfect place, but we're really just starting out. We're not super organized yet. It's just an idea, and your ideas are already taking it to the next level. Yeah, thanks. So I think this is a pretty good coverage for the activity create view test. And essentially, these same tests are going to be for the update view and such and such. So let's commit this. And see if our test coverage improves. All right, so currently our test coverage is at something like 51%, I think, right? Top over to my pull request. It was failing here. 53%. We're trying to get to 76.22. I don't know who decided that. It's pretty specific. Okay, yeah, on the Twitch channel, I think you said you're on Twitch and you kind of hop around Twitch. YouTube, I've done a lot more streaming in the last few years, and I'm going to continue YouTube most certainly. I'm considering whether or not to keep streaming on Twitch. I know we've made some friends on Twitch, and there are some familiar faces going back a few years. But I'm not sure how much I want to invest in that platform. And in order to invest in Twitch, I also have to have a kind of a multi-streaming service like Restream or Streamlabs. So that's a monthly cost. And I'm not really, it's not so bad, but I'm not, like sort of making any revenue or anything off the stream. So it's just an expense. But if it builds community, I think that's a good, trade-off. But my main goals with the stream are to have the community chat on the screen and to stream to YouTube. Twitch is a secondary goal, but it looks like, a lot of people are interested in open source development on Twitch. Yeah, so yeah, YouTube. Yes. Where's that? Here's the YouTube. I suppose I can put this in my Twitch bio as well, right? Where did Twitch go? Here it is. Yeah, so I'm getting a feel for what people are interested in. If more people on Twitch are interested in open source development, and particularly the game development, which is a natural fit, I'll just keep streaming to Twitch and building community around these open source projects. And like I said, the main thing, I want the chat to be on the stream, so I need a kind of an overlay that displays the multi-stream chat in this case. Pretty cool though. I guess Streamlabs has gotten some bad press and has kind of a bad, they ripped off a bunch of ideas and stuff, so maybe they're not the best service, but that's what I'm using right now. And the more I research, the more I learn about those. So let's go ahead and grab these. Essentially, this whole test suite is very similar for the activity updates. We got create, update, and delete. We're going to just kind of write these unit tests, and then our code will work as we're expecting it. And that goes there. There we go. I just saw the runner did finish. I still have the red X. What are we at now? 60% test coverage now. So we got about a 7% increase. Not bad. And again, we're going for 70, it's like 76.22. I don't know again where that number comes from. That's what we'll aim for. If I can get these other test cases written, we'll get about 10% gain each time. Well, hey, we're off to the races. All right, so we got some squiggles. What's going on? Why do we have squiggles, man? I don't like these squiggles. Why are you squiggling at me? Oh, because I'm trying to put test cases in my view. Wow. That's not the right place for it. Test apply, index, activity create, activity post. Oh, hey, thanks, Imperium. I appreciate that. Sub. And that's one of my only other things is, I think we mentioned this earlier. My main focus, I want to put on improving the stream quality, adding nice touches, involving the community, helping the community participate. And I think Twitch really encourages you to focus on subs and bits and raids and all these other things that are like a bit confusing and a bit overkill for me. And they kind of distract from the essence of the streaming experience or as a streamer. So yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about Twitch. Nonetheless, I'll try to keep it simple and try to improve every stream just a little bit. So I've got the activity create view and activity update view test. All right, so we have some preliminary setup. So first we'll test it. You should not be able to call the get. You should not be able to make a get request to any of these endpoints. The endpoint name is activity update. These are essentially API views, but they're not really returning any JSON. So all of these will be activity update. should fail. And anonymous should fail. I don't know if I actually need to follow through anymore. Now, the other more complicated one is non-activity. Hey, Foskito. Get viewers, followers, and primes on your followers. Oh, dang it. Ban. How do I ban? How do you ban? Twitch is like highlighting that it's a first time chat, but are there moderator tools? How does this work? That's another thing. Actually, with YouTube, I haven't had such a problem with the spammers and stuff. Mod view. Got it. How do I even do this? Why is this so... It shows me users in chat. It looks like the user is no longer in the chat. Oh, click their name. Flag them. Restrict them. Suspicious user. Now how do I remove their message? Block them. And how do I report them? How do I remove their message? Ban them. Report them. Spam, scammer, bots. There we go. Spam. I got it. So now I know how to do that. Maybe I'll gift them a subscription while I'm at it. All right, back to business. Test authenticated non-companion user. So this is the same thing. Force login user without circle. Just see what happens. A couple errors. Right. The activity update does take an argument. So that's one thing I've just got to figure out real quick. So when I'm... The first argument... And here I'll need to create an activity. And I'll have some cleanup. Like these detail URLs I don't need. Main focus is on this companionship care, trying to improve our test coverage to 76%. While refactoring, going on relatively big refactoring, it's over 70 files. Basically changing a name of one of the key software components from people to circles. You can check out this pull request on github.com/companionship-care/companionship-care, pull number 143. It's pretty huge. If this project survives this pull request, it'll be in beta mode. We'll be ready for user testing. Yeah, well, it's really up to you. You know, for the open learning quest, we're going to be using Godot. We're not going to use Unreal, but if you're interested in game development in general, and you're already familiar with you said Unreal, yeah, you might start there and just find a game built with Unreal, or make one, or find an open source game built with Unreal. We're using Godot for several reasons. It's being fully free and open source. It's going really big time, and popularity is exploding. It's also really easy to learn, and there's a lot of great resources. And in general, we want to help promote and build the Godot community as well. So we're investing in Godot as part of our open source adventure. But yeah, it's up to you. It depends on what you want to build as well. Activity. And then this would be these, but activity. I believe activity ID, right? Oh, just PK. So we have to pass that private key, primary key into all of them. Oh man. Okay. Well, actually, no, I don't understand it. I thought I did for a second. It's getting a UUID into activity circle. It's just here. Okay, that's cool. Or is it here? Oh no. Oh no. I think this is not the case. It's the other one. Test 107. Yeah, all right. That's where I made a mistake. For all those tests. Now I've got to go back through, change this. This needs to be an ID. PK. PK. Aye. Wrong line. Very cool. Yeah, start with 2D games, totally. And Godot is a good bet. I think Godot is a really strong bet. There's a lot of indie games, especially being made with Godot now. I think the demand for Godot developers is only going to increase. We're going to use Godot for our Open Learning Quest games. And yeah, just start with the basics. Okay, activity update, no arguments found. Activities update, yada yada, inline 116. Huh. Oh, see that? I put that in the wrong place. Reverse activity update needs to have the quargs inside of the function call. Reverse activity update quargs. Reverse update quargs. STEM. Yeah, well, that's a good question too. English is pretty standard. I don't want to be too imperialist, but it is the international auxiliary language. At least all of our content will be in English initially. We want to also translate it, though. We're going to make our content, including this companionship care, but the open learning quest games, they'll all be internationalized. So English will be our development language for the game development process. But really, these apps should run in any language, or we'll prioritize the languages. Hey, it looks like that we've got some tests passing. Wow. Oh my goodness. So let's add another one. And this should be either a redirect or an OK. I think it's going to redirect. It's going to be a 4. They'll tell me in a moment. Yeah, history is a messy one, and history, as we know, is written by the winners. So we don't know much about history aside from what the winners are telling us. So I don't know if we'll include winners in the game. And that gets a little bit political, and even just talking about geography and maps and stuff. Oh man, you enter into some really hairy situations where people don't agree on maps. All right, so it looks like we added a whole new test suite. Let's commit those tests. And see our test coverage if it grows. So yeah, let's science, technology, education, and math. They're not without political controversy, but we can just stick a little bit close to some curricular guidelines for those concepts. But yeah, as I just have learned by watching this documentary about deep time and mathematics and things, even the foundations of mathematics are based on incompleteness, or they're undermined at least by incompleteness and uncertainty and non-computability and things like that. Game challenges too. Yeah, kind of like mini games. That sounds pretty cool. So you have like learning goals, and on the way you encounter different challenges, and those challenges might take you to like a mini game environment where you have to solve, like you're in a science lab or something. You got beakers that are overflowing with different chemicals, and you got to figure out what's causing this chain reaction and put in the base to stop the catalytic reaction or whatever. I don't know. Who can compute the fastest? Who? Oh, look at that. We got the green light. So we finally got to the coverage. diff. What are we at? 57% in our views. Huh, interesting. 100% in our models. Very cool. Circle views. I'll have to go through the circles in a separate pull request, although that is the app where I'm working. I just want to get this pull request green. It's already really, really big. Hey, wait a minute now. Oh. Okay. I got excited there for a minute, but then code came and popped my ball. I'm at 71%. Yeah, I want to be careful though about competition and ranking. I believe it's important that every learner is on their own journey and that we all learn at our own pace and when the time is appropriate. And that we don't have to live up to anybody else's standard or compete against our neighbor to place ourselves above or below them. But I think that culture of competition ends up being fairly toxic and hurts the overall education process and weeds out and puts, not weeds out, but it actually excludes many people from succeeding and pursuing education because they feel inferior, or these tests, they don't quite match the test percentage by 0.1%, and thus they can't pass to the next grade or the next level or get the entrance exam. We want to avoid those types of paradigms. There's way too much competition in the world. Education should be generative. It should be constructive. The learner should be learning at their own pace, constructing their own knowledge, building things in the world with their own knowledge. We should not make people feel like failures because they don't live up to a certain standard or they're not as fast as a neighbor. So I'm not sure if that's, personal best might make sense. Yeah, but I just want to be really careful about kind of putting, and when I teach things like swimming or I've got these other, swimming mainly or yoga, for example, we're really careful to stress that every learner is on their own journey. We have our own unique abilities and our own bodies and our own lives. And we really can't compare, and we don't want to compare one another with one another, but we can compare against ourselves yesterday. We can try to improve ourselves day by day, but also have realistic and humble expectations of what it is we can achieve and let ourselves be comfortable with our imperfections. We're perfect in our imperfection. Yes, except I need this test coverage. 76.22%. Yeah, seriously. I'm going to get this test coverage. So we got the update view. What's the match? Yeah, some kind of that. Yeah, that makes sense. You could figure out some way of putting a scale. And it depends on probably the challenge or something like that. And some days, you're not able to do the things that you did the day before. And there's natural decline in life. There's growth and decay and decline and are part of life, part of living. And that's okay too. We don't always have to grow and always have to get better. There's times where we can just plateau and enjoy the ride a little bit. So, tea break. I'll take a quick tea break and I'll be right back. All right, let's continue on. We'll get some more tests. These are good in general to make sure the code works as it is expected to work. So we've got the update view written and the delete. And the delete is basically following the same, similar, but you have to be an organizer. So yeah, that'll mean we'll need to set the user as an organizer as well. That's cool, though I can do that in our setup function. We're going to create a whole new suite here. I think I can say this circle with companion. Self-user. Yeah, that's true. A really good point. I think arts and spirituality really get sidelined in our educational institutions and things like that. Yeah, and they used to I think take much more central role. And granted, there's a lot of issues that arise with organizations who are very religiously oriented and very dogmatic with their teachings and whatnot, and that in a way prevents a lot of people from exploring the subtlety of spiritual pursuit. When you have this orthodox and dogmatic teaching that you have to follow, and every other teaching is wrong, and some teachings are the enemy or things like that, it's could be, these are getting into big areas like philosophy and metaphysics and things like that. But that could be an interesting part to the game as well, dealing with concepts like the afterlife and whatnot, which is one of the big driving factors of the human desire to identify with religion, is the answers that the various religious traditions provide around the frightening prospect of eternity, just eternity in general. Yeah. And suffering and things like that. Okay, cool. So we got delete view test. This should now fail in a bunch of ways. Let me just figure out how. So first, actually, I'm just reusing that. And with these calls to activity delete, we don't need any kind of payload, just a keyword argument. We don't need that follow true equal either. Okay, let's see. This is ad hoc, but let's see what we have failing here. Okay, Sadhguru. I have done a little bit of reading and checking out Sadhguru. Okay, here we go. We got some failures. What are some of the teachings of Sadhguru that you identify most with? Okay. So how do we add a companion? So that's one of the problems. So we have circle. Actually, that was the right one. Whoops, circle. We have models. Oh yeah. Okay. Sneeze. Yeah, I just remember this. So companion has a property is organizer. That's right. I remember that now. So I can fix that. Okay, so there we go. So some errors, that's okay though. And now we'll just double check our URLs. Make sure I'm calling the right. Activities delete though. Activities delete. Activities. URLs. Yeah. Oh, we call activity ID here. All right, that makes sense. It's a little bit different. Inconsistencies can throw you pretty easily like that, though, huh? And so instead of PK, we just need to do this. Prime. And I'm wondering if that would be worth. Everything else is PK in here. Ah, no, there's many examples. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, a lot of those are invented nations and religious distinction. Okay, fewer errors here. I must have missed one. Let's see, activity delete view. Oh, yeah, I just didn't do that. I'm not sure what happened. Well, HTTP says okay. So this HTTP says 302 is a redirect, and I think it's sufficient to just say 302 here. So which test is this? Authenticated. Well, I've got to find the right HTTP code. Found. Interesting. There we go. This should put us over the line. Wow, 3 hours. That's been a pretty long day. It's a pretty long session. Quite a lot of changes here. So yeah, it'll turn green and then go red once the test coverage report runs. Oh wait, actually might stay green then. Yeah, and I'm thinking about I might do another stream today. That's true. I remember you were Actually, I was watching an old video from this channel, like from my streams, and you were mentioning your hip hop. Yeah, you just reminded me of that. You've been doing that for a while, haven't you? And that was like probably 20, 2020 or something when we were talking about that, and you said you'd been doing hip hop for a while. 64%. I think we went up. Maybe it hasn't come through yet. Activities users at 64%. Last report, and the delta should go up. And then in a separate session, I'll go through these circles views and I'll add some test coverage there. We'll get it above like 80 or 90% probably. Count views is not so much because we're relying a lot on the Django count stuff. Boom. Okay, we got the green arrow. Let me just refresh. There it goes. It actually just updated it. So now we went to 72%. And that gives us an overall coverage of 79.45, which 80% test coverage is pretty decent in a whole project. Let me just double check though. There might be some meaningful tests I can add while I'm here and I'm in the mindset and this code is fresh. You know, and actually now that you think about now that you mentioned your hip hop and the game development thing, you know, that might be a good combination for like engaging storyline and kind of adding some musical elements to the storyline and helping memorize things like complex equations and stuff like that. You can make it fun and not cheesy, you know, if you're a talented writer. Yeah, the getting beyond the theory and into doing stuff, that's a big hurdle in life. And I think that's what, for many years, I was stuck there. I was like, well, I'll just keep reading some of these books about programming and then I'll understand it all and then I can start programming. But then I just had to kind of like eventually just started programming and working on some projects, for example. And my learning actually accelerated and I've been able to learn a lot higher level concepts now over the years when I have to do things like write unit tests and things like that. So it definitely pushes the envelope when we start getting into the applied territory. All right, so we've got some more views. Let's see. And so this is a similar one. Permission-wise, the circle care organizers. Within the actually the setup is pretty different. Once I get the setup for one though, the other one will come. It'll follow. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I didn't ever get into AP. I don't think I crossed the threshold to even considered for those classes. Yeah, and that's kind of fun to hang out with a bunch of nerds, I think. Maybe it would have been healthier for me to be in that kind of an environment than where I found myself. All right, so we're just going to... I'll clean these tests up later, removing some of the unused member properties in the setup, defining the setup. But for now, I'm going to like this is actually not use. So, all right, I'll get rid of that. That's true. That's something we can always be grateful for, is that we're here now. We're able to live and able to live our lives and do our thing. Pass. Let's just commit this real quick. Just clean up a bit. Okay, so if I go back here and just delete that. And we're running around these real quick. Cool. And then put that back in. So now we're going to put a setup here. Okay, so this is a bit... I need 2 users. A circle. 2 companions. One's an organizer. 1 activity. Is the game for commercial purposes? That's a good question. So the game is for educational purposes. We want the source code for the game and the open educational resources to be freely available, freely licensed, specifically under probably a copyleft license, like the GNU GPL 3.0 or later, and Creative Commons attribution share alike for the content, game assets and content respectively. We want to build a company, so we need some kind of commercial drive. We need a product, and we need something of value to be purchased to basically pay for our time in continuing to develop the game. So that we don't know how to do, but I think I mentioned earlier, and I just mentioned it again, is that we're committed to supporting open source and open educational resources movement, and paying it forward for all that we've already been given from the open source community and from these open educational resources. So on that level, we're not going to build a business model around necessarily selling the source code or restricting the distribution of the educational resources. We would perhaps sell binary code or supporting services, such as a classroom management feature or something like that, where a teacher could add a bunch of students and track their progress through the game. That service might be built with Django, something like that. Yeah, so for any game asset, we'll have to look at the specific licensing terms. It has to support a Creative Commons attribution. It has to be essentially relicensable or compatible with Creative Commons attribution share alike. So if you open a discussion and point to those, we can look more specifically at the licensing terms. We have to be very, very careful with these intellectual property and stuff. with what we build on. And likewise, we're going to be very clear how our content is licensed as Creative Commons share alike. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not super good at the law either. I have been working with open source and the free culture sort of movements for probably around 15 years, though. And so I've been sort of through immersion in those communities. I've learned quite a bit through osmosis. And Creative Commons makes it relatively easy for non-lawyers like you and me, people who aren't like steeped in legal language, to actually understand what our rights are and what rights we're granting people when we're sharing Creative Commons licensed resources. They have a very simple, plain language description of all their licenses, and it's translated in many different languages. So yeah, just on that note, I'll share a link here in the chat. Where's the chat? And a similar note. So here's for example, the attribution share alike license from the Creative Commons. That's what we'll be using for our assets, the game assets like 2D or 3D models, pictures, sprites, sound effects, music. What else we have there? Game text. Sorry. For the game source code, we would be looking at something like this. Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 3.0 unported. That is pretty much the same. There's a caveat that we were using version 4.0 of those licenses that closes an important loophole and that's been abused by some copyright trolls. So we would ask that the original creators would allow us to use them with the 4.0 license. But yeah, I'm sure we could work that out. So yeah, we're using that same license. I think we're good to go. The loophole was, well, Creative Commons wrote a little article about it. 3.0 loophole, bug in early Creative Commons. Cory Doctorow went really deep into it. I'll defer to their explanation because it's like right now, my brain is not firing on all cylinders, you could say. I'm just trying to get these good grief. Firefox is teaching me things. All right. Just trying to get these unit tests written. I think that's about all the steam I've got left. I'm almost there. Very close. Yeah, so basically the 4.0 licenses made it more user-friendly, essentially. When sometimes basically what it boils down to is when you have these Creative Commons licenses, the bare minimum you have to do is say where you got it from. It's called attribution. Say, I'm using this image from this person's Flickr photo stream, or I'm using this poem from this author's work. Giving credit, right? Also known as a citation, or wait. Yeah, something like that. So it's, it's plagiarism otherwise. And the Creative Commons at minimum requires attribution. Now, somehow there was some people who they were hiring content creators and photographers to like spam a bunch of Creative Commons licensed photographs and things that people would use. And the people who use them would forget to give attribution. It's sometimes, not obvious. We don't understand what it means to give credit or how to even give credit. And the Creative Commons 3 license were written in a certain way that says if you violate this license, you immediately are infringing on copyright of this copyright owner. And basically when you infringe on copyright, then that gives them the copyright owner the right or whatever to take you to court for infringement, for copyright infringement. So basically the court costs are prohibitive. You have to get a lawyer or show up and take your time to defend your right to basically use this Creative Commons license work, and you just forgot a loophole. You forgot to give attribution. And a lot of times people would just say they would settle out of court. This predatory agency was saying, you can settle out of court right now for 500 euros or $500. We won't take you to court. And so a lot of people would just pay that money and not have to worry about it. But what Creative Commons forwarded is they make it a little easier for you to get back in good standing. So if you forget to give attribution, first you have to get notified that, so the copyright holders has to say, hey, I see you're using my work and you haven't given attribution. So then you have, I think up to after that point, something like 30 days to comply. But you have to be notified that you're not in compliance, that you're infringing. So it gives you a grace period. You don't immediately lose those rights to share or to use that image and put yourself at risk of being sued. You have a grace period. And this is all part now of the Creative Commons 4.0 to prevent this predatory action from a company that was just acting in bad faith and against the spirit of the Creative Commons license. So that's my little synopsis of what happened there. I think Cory Doctorow gives you much better explanation. All right. And is just a general interesting person and prolific writer. From the best I've known, that Cory Doctorow haven't really followed them super closely recently, but has written some interesting books. They're also freely available in Creative Commons license. So if you're interested in free culture and hacker culture and things, check out some of Cory Doctorow's works. Participant. All right, so we've got our setup, and well, let's see. Companion 1 is what is it again? I forget. Model. Circle model. I got it. Organizer. I gotta cut this. I gotta end this stream soon, but I can't do much more complex stuff. My brain is just petering out. I don't think we'll need user 3 here. Actually, we should write a test against the anti-case where somebody just tries to add other users. Actually, that will be covered by the fact that they're not an organizer test. Although they would be able to assign themselves to activities in other activity groups, ostensibly. Yeah, so I have to include a case for that. Well, I got to focus on this test right now. Getting this last test case, this is actually taking a lot of brain activity, and my brain activity is low. I think it's almost dinner time too, so yeah, I can't read much more. So first I have to figure out what, let's see. Activity Create has a similar test suite where we have this user without companion. We should not be able to get anonymous people, should not be able to call that endpoint. Should not be able to modify. And we'll add one more case for the organizer. So these will fail variously. And why is that thrown? Oh, I see. License is usually based on copyright law. So the extent of the license is essentially built around things that copyright allows or restricts. Although software licenses can restrict other things outside of copyright. So a license basically tells you what you can do with software and what you can't do with it. Terms of service is usually oriented, so that's about the software usage and distribution. Terms of service are often about broader things like how you use a service or how the service can use your data, as well as that gets into privacy. But yeah, I don't know if there's probably a bit of a fuzzy distinction in terms of service. Services are usually software that's running on a cloud computer that you're accessing through a web browser or an app on your phone or something like that. Yep, that's my basic understanding. Ding. All right, let's just see. I get a bunch of failures, I think, right here. I mean, this code isn't even relevant to what I'm trying to test in any case. So we've got to go through each of these. Now, a couple of them are that you shouldn't be able to add participants. But firstly, I got to get the right view. So the view name is coming from URLs. URLs, add participant. And this gives an activity ID by the slug. And the user ID as a property of the post. Okay. Got it. So activity create will become activity add participant. And in the next suite, it'll be activity remove participant. Now, the argument here will be activity ID. Quargs is activity ID. So that I can pull from up here to save a few keystrokes, although the searching probably takes as much time as typing. This is basically it. Activity for circle with companion ID. Oh, I did it again. The reverse takes the argument. Okay, we got that. And oops, wrong button. Jump to that. User ID is the argument. And we'll have to put this in. Quargs. I got the wrong stuff. Just that. Just that and that alone. Oh, what did I do? For this. Okay. So many little details. My brain is like going around and round and round. All right, so now we're making progress though. Post. I don't need that. Almost there. Yeah, this like running these unit tests seems like just a lot harder than writing the actual code. There's so many details, and you have to think about all the edge cases and use cases you want to support, and use cases that should not be allowed, and then write frameworky code to jiggle the handles and things. So yeah, it's much, I think, more thought. Just takes much more deep, intense thinking. Oh, all right. So now we're gonna go through each of these tests. Let's see what fails. Firstly, let's just run them. 18 tests, bunch of errors here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So we have this search form using it. Actually, just tells me right here. And this should be part of our setup functions. It's right here. Huh. Setup. Okay, activity add participant view has no attribute user. Let's start there. Top. Is my setup function not? Could be. My setup function is working. So here's the problem. Companion 1, companion 2. Okay, cool. So let's call 1 the organizer. And the other one the companion. And then, all right, so and user 3 is just a rando user. That's self. Anonymous access should be where's login? So then we'll need a self-organizer. Let's see. Authenticated non-companion. Non-companion. So that's user 3. Authenticated companion. Dang it. Just the ellipsis. Cool. Let's see if any of those failures went away. Yeah, nope. 5 errors still. I go to the top though. If I look at the top, there might be a cascading error here. Yes, okay. So it's just self-activity. Right. Okay, if you're these are interesting ones. I'm not, it's not in the code anymore. This might be the old test cases. Let's see. Here we go. To the new runs. Yes. Okay. User ID, key error. I think I know the problem here. This should be called. Oh, wait a minute. All right. So when you have your this follow true is not necessary. We're calling post. First argument is the URL. The second argument is the payload. This is all failure. There's a simple mistake. And I'm not sure to what extent these mistakes are cascading. The dictionary one is very confusing in particular. All right, so this 302 is not 200 is a pretty straightforward one. That's good. I think it was 302 is found, right? Yes. So one failure, a couple of errors. I'll have to dig into these errors here. 403 is not. So let me double check here that we have this user, the companion user, and we create a circle. We link that companion user to the circle. We add an activity for this circle. And so this user should be able to add themselves to this activity. 403 is not the right response here. It might point to an error in my implementation, so I can test this out. that certainly is working. I have to take a break from this. Huh. So this works. Could it be? Should be found anyway, but yeah, I'm not sure why this. I didn't add them in the setup method. Well, what method is using? Should be using post. Let me check out these other errors. Maybe there's something that'll shake out when I focus on this key error, user ID. This is the weird one. Maybe we don't need that since it's not handling it. Yeah, usually I've just passed it in a raw dictionary with the desired payload. So now I'm removing all these follows if that kind of throws out tests, causes more failures. No, they're all in the same class. Activity add participant. What it could be pointing towards is this. This is trying to access a non-existent property, and it's throwing an error, but it's not originating from the test. It's originating from the view, and this is why I've had to use this kind of logic: get or none, and then if. Okay, all right. It's unfortunate I have to do validation logic and that, but that's the way of the gun. Or none. And then if activity, do this other stuff. Those were a bit mysterious. All right, so now we'll have a few less failures, I think. No, still the same amount of failure. Different kinds, though. These are all legit failures. I mean, in terms of except this one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. All right, so now I got rid of the errors, just the failures. And the failures are a bit opaque to me, a bit mysterious. We're over 4 hours in here. This one I can fix. This one just got user here. One more time. All right, 2 failures. That's an easy one to fix. This one is a bit of a mystery, and I might have to throw in the towel on this one. The lone holdout. One failure. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that assertion fails, but then where is this? Ah. We actually don't need to capture that at all. We just need to create the companionship relationship. So there's a bit of rewording things that hopefully will make the code a bit clearer and easier to debug. Still getting the failures though. At most, I'm going to go to 5 hours, but I might leave off with just this one failure. We'll see if there's 2 failures. There's a failure and an error. Attribute found. Oh, okay, that's the easy one to fix. Yeah. Nonetheless, renaming those things was a clear improvement. And I think this is the last holdout error. I just don't have the capacity, the mental capacity right now to reason about this. The code on the surface of this seems correct. I will look at it one more time. So an authenticated companion it's a bit of a redundant statement. Test companion activity add self. Now, it's not just any companion, they have to be a companion to the related circle, but our test Swedish, so. So let's see here. We're gonna log in as the companion user. Self companion. Here, we create a user. User test 2, everything's distinct, separate. Then we had created a circle and added them as a companion to that circle. Circle, self, circle, right? User, self companion, boom, right there. It's all good to go. That makes them eligible to add themselves to activities that are associated with that circle. At this point, nobody's been assigned to that, but this person can self-assign. However, there could be an error in my understanding of my own code. Activity add participant is a singular view. You get the activity ID. So let's go back to this view test. We have activity ID coming in here as a keyword R. Activity add participant is the correct view. Let me just double check I didn't make a typo there. It's not the case. It's actually the assertion that's failing. The user ID is this self companion ID whose, if I look at this view, They're user, their companion, and they're adding themselves. It's a bit more tricky now. So the first thing that could be the problem, I don't know if this will actually, I don't think print statements will work. I'm not sure how to run the debugger in the test mode. I can probably look that up. So we are, okay, in the failure. Failure is getting into that. Let me think here for a second. Debug, how to debug. Unit test. Ah. I think it's basically let's try it out. Maybe it'll work. Let's see. Might be that this needs to go in the project folder. And then the test configuration needs to be set from the project folder also. And also could be that I'm using reusing the poetry here. PyProject.toml. It's just not finding them. I found the PyProject. I found the pytest.ini, but it didn't find the tests. And the project is not a Python module, it's just a Django project, so I don't think it'll work. Ah, man, that's a bummer. I need to figure that out later. Oh. Maybe that's part of it. They're right the heck there. We can only do one at a time. All right, so I can't debug the test. It's small. It's an unfortunate. It'd be really helpful if I could step through this to see what I've got something going wrong either in the view logic or in the test logic. All right, I just don't know which one it is. Let's see. But yeah, can't win them all. One failure, and it's an assertion that doesn't make sense to me. There's got to be something I'm just overlooking. .403 is not authorized. Test companion Activity add self. So we're logging in as the companion. Try this. Activity dot can I test this one? This is one. Huh. Now wait a minute. When I run that individually, it's okay. Wait a minute. So that's kind of weird, isn't it? What did I change just a minute ago? Oh, right. So they are in the companions, yeah. I do just want to run this single test. All right, that's faster. And then assert false. Right. And it'll run pretty quick. All right, I'll be right back. And then I'm going to take one more hack at this and then give up. Maximum I'm going is for 20 more minutes, though. And this has been almost 5 hours. I'll be right back. All right, I'm going to do some good old-fashioned print debugging in the view. So I'm going to check. I've got these. Got these conditionals here. see which one of these is failing. They're not an organizer, so I don't expect that to be the case. User not adding self. User can't add participant. User not adding self. Okay. So there is a user ID. I think I just added this one. So what did I do wrong here? Gosh, there's probably something really glaringly obvious. All right. Huh, okay. So that was it. Some kind of a string or int, probably. Let me check my test. So it's coming in from URL param. PK. Wow. All right, we got it. So that was the mystery. So is there a better way to do this? Yeah, it just needs to be cast in order to be used in that equality, in that comparison. Okay. There might be a way to cast it in the when I'm getting it from the post. Essentially just doing it there. So it needs to be cast someplace. The thing is, yeah, you can cast none to an end. Wow. I'm surprised I got that. Okay, that's about good. I'm gonna stop the. Oh, but. I will push through. One more thing. And to avoid that same confusion, one more test. That's the inversion. So it's calling the remove self. These are crucial functionality. These are crucial features. So I need to make sure we have tests for them. Yeah. So this is not wasted time. Just getting tired. No problem though. Checking chat. Keep an eye on chat. Got one bot. Maybe two bots. There's two there. One of them is usually a bot. Remove. So this is a matter of just kind of being slow and careful. Renaming some stuff. And hoping that I was consistent with my thingies. The names of the views. Oops. Add and remove. Let's just try to run it now. Everything. Let's run everything. Cool. All right. Oh man. Yeah, and you can't cast none to end. I was wondering about that. What the heck? What the heck? How the heck? Yes, so how? How to handle this? It can be none. See if there's some guidance on this one. Well, the other way I can do is string comparison, and then I might encounter the same problem though. All right, well, that makes a little bit more sense. And that shouldn't be none. So that's a bit safer. Good grief, this is... It's worthwhile though. Not bad. It's good. Yeah. So we'll come back to that. We'll fix that. And we'll see what's going on. Whoa. That makes sense. That was the wrong place. I'll add the case there. Essentially, if they're not a companion, they shouldn't be able to edit the activity as at all. But since we have a particular view for this, yeah, it's a bit different. So here we go. All of our tests pass. Wow. Let's see here. Small change in the view. What did I change? Themselves. All right. My goodness. Well, that would have been nice if that unit testing stuff would have worked. The debugging. Whoa, what's going on? I got logged out of everything. Didn't I? Yeah. Huh. Weirdness. And in a minute, this should update 79%. Hey, we're increasing our test coverage, but wait for it. Let me log in real quick. All right, we're almost done. Going to my pull request now. And I think that's going to be it. There's some room for improvement in the test coverage. I'll handle that as a separate issue. But yeah, this has been a really big effort. 83%. So from 76 to 83%, really good. And a particular area where I've been working on is these activity views. Went from I think 0 to 92%. So we're over 90 in several places. In another session, I'll work on some circles, the views, and maybe, I mean, the count views are important too. A lot of those are doing just regular Django stuff, but there's probably some places I could take a look. Wow. I'm going to wait just a little bit before merging this, but I think that's a wrap. Just over 5 hours. Good. And time for a late dinner. Cool beans. All right, some unrelated notifications. Very cool. And my face is so blurry, that's about how my brain feels right now. All the way back here, all the way back here. Anyway, all right, I'm going to call it good. Okay, well, this has been another open source live code hangout. I've been working on a large refactoring pull request, changing 70 files, mostly renaming stuff, but then I've set up this code coverage reporting tool recently, and now it's starting to review pull requests. And this pull request actually failed review based on the code coverage for quite a while. So I had to work through and add a bunch of code coverage in the process. So not only have we managed to refactor the app to support much more general purpose companionship groups, we can support single hub and spoke group where many people come together to provide companionship for a single person. And we can support the many-to-many group where many people come together to provide companionship for one another, that just opens up a lot of use cases. Also, this code, I think, is very close to what I would call beta quality. We're still a bit alpha quality, having undergone a major backwards incompatible refactoring in the process of this pull request. I decided for pragmatic reasons not to preserve backwards compatibility. I don't have any people actively using the app. There's no data that needs to be migrated. So making these kind of breaking changes is okay at this stage of the project. But once we hit beta, I think I should be really careful about any backwards incompatible changes, and we should have improved test coverage. So there are a few areas left in the app that have less than like 80%. We'll set some reasonable goal. I think it right now is 76.22% for some reason by default. We can honor that, or maybe we'll bump it up a little bit higher and try for 80 or 90% test coverage. Something reasonable, pragmatic, not 100%. So yeah, this project is getting closer to beta, and I'd appreciate any ideas or feedback. So if you'd like to get involved with this project, stop by github.com/companionshipcare. You can join our discussion and bring your ideas, and we're accepting contributions and ideas from all sorts of contributors with all sorts of skills. You don't have to know coding to help this project out. If you want to just try the software and give ideas or report bugs or help improve the user interface and user experience design, those types of contributions are welcome as well. All right. Well, thanks again to Imperium and for joining and chatting with and bringing your very interesting ideas relating to education and philosophy and copyright. It's been also nice to have some people hanging out on the chat while I'm working. It kind of gives me a little bit of a break in between really the difficult thinking and refactoring. It's nice to just be able to interact with people. So again, thanks for your stopping by, Imperium. Hope to see you on the stream, and thank you for checking this summary video out. I hope you're doing well, and have a